Well, hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing well. I'm having a time. Hopefully you will be having a time too as we get the stream rolling. Rolling like Fred Durst. You know how it is. We're certainly running the ads, so we got that going for us. Okay. Everything's going live. Everything's going fine. Starting a little later than I would usually like. That's alright. We should be good to go. Of course, I do have to set up my my whole situation as well, but that's fine. Let's play this bastard and then set OBS to okay, it's syncing with what? I don't know, but it's probably one of those things. This is what happens when multiple people have a GOG, you know what I'm talking about? Capture specific window, it should be this one. All right, there we go. Yeah. It's a little loud. A little loud for my tastes, everybody. We'll fix that soon. So this is the Talos principle. It's from a studio you've seen the logo of. Crow Team, alright. They make Serious Sam, you probably know them for that. The game's loud as hell by default, apparently. It's alright. Is this an opening cutscene? I press the any key. Okay, so it was technically not accurate. Yo, we're gonna... That's a little better. Jesus Christ. Okay, so there's text. That's good. Subtitles are on by default. That's very good. I like this. This is stylish, but it also lets me actually see what the hell the options are, so that's pretty slick. We like that. But yeah, one of the big ride or die supporters of the stream, Vino, really likes this game, and it's been in our in you know, sort of a little GOG that I am an account holder in for a while. So Talos Principle, Road to Gehenna, and Prototype. I don't know about those. I know about Talos Principle. I've heard about Road to Gehenna. I don't know what the hell Prototype is. But we'll start with that. Like a lot of puzzle games, it doesn't have difficulties. Difficulties are really hard to implement in puzzle games. Okay, so I think my character name is Child Process. Of the New Hampshire processes. That's a hand, alright. What is this blur? And I have to turn off motion blur, or is that a one-time thing?
Behold, child, you are risen from the dust, and you walk in my garden. Hear now my voice, and know that I am your maker, and I am called Elohim.
Alright.
Seek me in my temple, if you are worthy.
Well, the biblical allusions are not exactly... God damn, it's loud as hell. Alright. We're a little robotic child process, and someone's taken up one of the Abrahamic names of God, so that's pretty good. We have what I can only describe as the purple Dark Souls wall. Jesus Christ, it's like the volume does nothing. Okay, well. Child program logic check. By the way, wasn't a lot of this in Serious Sam 4? Take Jammer. Complex task management? Okay. We can't tip it over. We don't have hooks. Child program, basic calibration successful. Right. We got an orb. Is this round wonderful or menacing? It's menacing. Correcting for errors. Okay, so don't get cute with it, is what I'm getting out of this one. Don't get too cute with it. The jammer's distance is good, but you have to be aiming on top of it, huh? We'll get jammed, idiot. Predictive capacity is okay. Can we double jam this guy? Come on and jam, and welcome to the slam. Well, these things work from a long range, huh? Can't see me through the bars, for whatever reason. Oh yeah, these things work from a while away.
All across this land, I have created trials for you to overcome. And within each, I have hidden a sigil.
Okay.
It is your purpose to seek these sigils, for thus you will serve the generations to come and attain eternal life.
I see what you're saying. Presumably the generations to come are other child processes. Jesus Christ. I mean, you're not ear-shattering like you were before, but, how far away can I... Okay. Yo, these jammers are sick. Bye-bye. How many L's we gotta take? This is a 2L door, this is a 1L door. Are these Tetrominos? Sorry, my eyes have what? My eyes have been opened. This world is not without order. It is shaped by a great designer with signs and portents to guide my steps. I'm one of his children, and challenges are set before me to test my faith. I see, and this was written by, 1W Faith version 10.1.0011. I see. Okay. So this is as far as we can take the jammers. I'm still gonna leave them here, because you never know. Hey, we can run! Though we may be a silly robot person who is stuck in some sort of religious simulation. We've got the ability to boogie. switch out of reach. Okay. Here's a rock. Huh. Yeah, music loud as hell. Can't. Okay, hold on. I can't believe I'm lowering the volume even more. Let's just... That ought to do it. Please let that ought to do it. Okay. Menacing orb. No, you don't. Here's the Tetromino.
The shapes you are collecting are not mere toys. They are the sigils of our name. Each brings you closer to eternity.
Is this supposed to try to make some combination between the Tetragrammaton and the Tetrominos? That's kind of funny if so. Outnumbered, eh? Okay. Hello, Vino. Welcome to the stream. Let's see if we can outrun these guys. No, not as such. It'd be too easy if I could crush him in the Force Gate. But the range on these things is pretty good, so... Get got. This orb is yeeking out on me a little bit.
Well done, child. Only one more sigil is needed.
As you can see, I've already made a little forward operating base here, just in case. I know Crow Team well enough to know that while they don't do the full Jonathan blow joint where you can just blow the thing wide open, you never know if you play around hard enough what you can find. Speaking of... Nah, that's too easy. Nah, that's too easy. Can we ever place them on the geometry? No. We'll leave them there for now. Striding the beaten path. Alright. Enemy guy. The line of sight checks are a little wacky. Don't you do it. honk. And it says, they really do make a scary noise. Oh, no doubt.
The guardians of this land may harm you, but do not resent them, for they are my servants, and they challenge you only so that your faith might be strengthened.
Uh-huh. Alright, well, they're gonna need to take a nap every now and again. So I guess it's not like you have a time limit so much as that's just their way of letting you know that you're too close. Okay. Oh, hell. Oh, hell. Okay, no, after a while they do path to you. And it says, yeah, it's a proximity sensor, basically. Okay, so we went the wrong way, but we can trap them. Put them in the doghouse. These guys basically only go in a straight line. Get orb jailed. Alright. This is, they only kaboom you when you get too close to them, or does it just happen when they get too close to you? Oh, indeed.
My temple awaits you, child. Go forth.
Uh-huh. Hey, I had the sensors here. What happened to them? Also, what happened to this? Well, that's not right. Okay, that's cool, but there's other ways we can go, and we probably should go. I'm gonna assume we need a few more of those ahead of time. So let's just be go-getters about it. Only the two of us.
My child, you do not need to collect all sigils at once. You are free to return to this place whenever you choose.
Okay. Yeah, we lunge toward it, which is a little disconcerting. We're good. Okay, we gotta... Oh, for Christ's sake. go. Alright. We got one. They let you go back into these places. I'm sure it doesn't get Baba's you, but... Peephole. That's certainly a name for it. It says the lunging is to prevent cheese. Grabbing a jammer from the other side of a barrier, it is jamming. I mean, I figured. One orb down. Oh, it doesn't like the grass for whatever reason. Does make a bizarrely organic, sort of like juicy noise. I don't know how else to describe it. Let's see, we got everything here, we got everything here. Got everything over there. The doors are barred. This place big. Hello, eyeball. 47 million distributed resources found. MLA, okay. Okay. And we get directories, so that's cool. List, open, help, run MLA. Okay, well, let's start with list, I guess. Athena 6.txt is probably a start. Athena in the Garden of Hesperides. Did not trust them, but they moved with such grace, such nobility, that it was hard not to follow them further into the strange garden of gears and cogs. They led her to a place where the crowns of the brass trees seemed to grow together, forming a kind of chamber, strangely reminiscent of a chapel. In the middle of this chamber grew a smaller tree made of black, bright blue steel, and upon this tree grew a single golden apple. This apple, the nymphs said in unison, their eyes aglow, confers the gift of deathlessness and true wisdom. Many heroes and not a few villains have come to claim it, but all faltered in the final step. For you must know that deathlessness reveals the mortality of the world, and true wisdom its unending folly. Who would take this burden upon themselves? Some say that Heracles, gazing upon the stars and wept. Nah. Okay, so... let's see, what about this one? Okay. Welcome to the team. Hi again. I'm sorry if I was a little odd at the meeting. I know you were nervous, but the truth is that so was I. This may be hard to believe, but you intimidate me. You're so young, and you've already accomplished so much. Even if the situation wasn't so grim, I might be jealous. There's also something I wanted to clarify. I realize that, nominally speaking, I'm head researcher here. This is your project, and everyone will respect that. And yes, I know you're not used to working like this, but as of today, you're in charge. No pressure. What is this emoji? The way I see it, the world doesn't come with a manual. You gotta figure it out for yourself. A bit here, a bit there, put it together, try to make sense of it. I'm pretty sure there is a truth, but that doesn't mean everyone who claims to know it really does. And again, that doesn't have to be a bad thing. We live in an amazing world, and searching for the truth can be a real adventure. Plus, it's good for the brain. Anyway, just some rambling thoughts from your old man. Don't let this stuff get you down. You're young, you got loads of time to figure it all out. Love, Dad. Alright, well, let's see. guest. How can I help you today? Okay. What was the first word of the last sentence you wrote? Basic subject, verb, object syntax. Describe your functions. Sort and classify data in the library archive. User interaction with library resources via an intuitive human language interface. How old are the library archives? 1995 to June 3rd, 23F. Okay. How long has the system been running? It's been running for a while. That E usually implies scientific notation. Okay. What is the current status of the library archives? Petabytes, 5 petabytes of disk space. Huh. What are these terminals? Okay. What caused the data corruption? Inevitable in any system over time, a large number of inconsistencies were detected during sorting, leading to greater than average data invalidation. Can you respond to queries on the outside world? Okay. What am I? Okay. Where am I? Support session with the MLA Human Language Interface module. Okay. Modern and Ancient Hebrew. Alright. I don't see any reason to be mean to the thing, so... Looks like we're done here for now. Cool, I have a journal. We've got all the juice there.
Step into the light, child, and my temple will be revealed to you.
You know, it says, by the way, there's something in the mini corridor you passed through to get to this computer. I'll be right back. Alright. Whatever the end goal of this grand challenge is, it's far out of reach. Knowing that, how are we supposed to resist distraction? Okay, yeah, so that's faith, and that's 17. One with faith versus just V17. Interesting. I think those are orbs from a previous exercise. Alright, well. Let's step into the light. One.
You walk now upon the stones of my temple, whence many gates lead. And know that I have other temples, for my garden is greater than your eye can encompass. And all these worlds I made for you.
Uh-huh. We have cubes. Big ol' gardens, huh? The paper may be folded, but it can, or stained, but it can still take updates. Uh-huh.
There are mysteries in my garden, hidden roads and secret gates. If you dedicate yourself to understanding them, you may join the host of messengers.
Okay. You can thud on walls. Interesting. Well, this is the temple. It's a bit more Greco-Roman than makes sense for any Semitic use of the word Elohim, but, you know. I suspect that's intentional. Alright, let's go get those other Tetrominos, I guess. Poking a sleeping lion. Who's making that noise? Okay, well, I see what I have to do now. I'm like, can I outrun it? And the answer is, as far as I can tell, no. Says, I genuinely don't know what that noise is. Yeah, me neither. Could be my character, Child Process. I'm just calling him Child Process. Alright, here's El Tetromino. Trio Bombasticus, I see. So, it gives up. Okay. I've desynced it too much now. Okay, now there's this bastard. It says, I did notice that the noise when you pick up the Tetromino seems unusually loud. It may be some weird noise glitch. Yeah, I've lowered the volume like 85%, and it's really not that much quieter than it was before. Ah, damn it, I really can't outrun them, even a little bit. Interesting. That seems to be the right idea, but it looks like I'm gonna have to stagger them. Okay, but you need to go through faster, buddy. Like, come on. I'm in my little niche. I'm not doing anybody any harm. Nope. You gotta... The timing's pretty tight. Thank God. grab this piece and get out. Alright. Well, we might be through here. It looks like we're through here for now. Not quite. Boing. Alright, well, if there's some serious Sam-esque secrets from boundary breaking, I don't think I'll find them yet. Yeah, no, that's bouncy. Alright. Let's go through, I guess. Also, did we get a gold star on that? Well, hold on. It says there's a gold star, but then it doesn't give any further details. A gold star didn't appear here. That implies that there is a secret, and that I have not, in fact, found it.
Let this be our covenant. These worlds are yours, and you are free to walk amongst them and subdue them. But the great tower, there you may not go. For in the day that you do, you shall surely die.
You know, says, I suppose it's obvious at this point why a lot of people thought the story was primarily about religion. It certainly does convey that vibe. The Great Tower. I don't even see a Great Tower, if I can be honest. What constitutes a Great Tower here? Presumably we drown at some point.
In the beginning were the words, and the words made the world. I am the words are everything. Where the words end, the world ends. You cannot go forward in an absence of space. Repeat. In the beginning were the words, and the words made...
Okay, I got a little confused there. Alright. Okay. Handle incoming network messages. Okay. Yes, please. User interaction, resource library, sorting and troubleshooting and functionalities. Okay, how about trust no one? Create a new admin account. Prove that you are not a bot. Huh. Sure, let's begin certification program. 2 + 2 = 4, sure. Face. Let's see. A human being, a being of negative entropy, a problem-solving system, a citizen, or a rational animal. I think a being of negative entropy is my favorite. thirsty traveler. His eyes bulge from slow dehydration. Ask what you're doing in the desert. Sure, that makes sense, but... You'll receive a notification when part 2 has been generated. Okay. So we got... Oh! Titledrop.txt, my favorite. Whether it is true that Daedalus constructed the giant Talos, or as others say that he was the creation of Hephaestus, what may be certain of is that it was made of bronze, and had but one vein, within which flowed a liquid substance like blood, which some claim was quicksilver, and others assert was ichor, such as flows in the veins of the gods. The loss of that liquid caused him to die, as a man dies when he loses his blood. May we not then say that Talos, though created as a machine or toy, had all the essential properties of a man? He moved of his own volition. He spoke and could be spoken to, had wishes and desires. Indeed, in the tale of the Argonauts, that was the cause of his downfall. If then a machine may have all the properties of a man, and act as a man, while driven only by the ingenious plan of its construction and the interaction of its materials according to the principles of nature, then does it not follow that man may also be seen as a machine? This contradicts all the schools of metaphysics, yet even the most faithful philosopher cannot live without his blood. Fair enough. Alright. AthenaAnalysis.html. She woke up in an impossible place, knowing nothing, signifies more than the beginning of another amnesia-based mystery, though we should not go so far as to read the entire work as allegory. Rather, while taking the science-fictional novice at the core of the narrative at face value, we should... Noto 2. Having no inherent knowledge of the nature of the world, forced to rely on what we are told by others and what our own subjective, flawed, limited senses tell us, here's some hexadecimal. Social reality, belief, and objective reality, matter, come into conflict. When in Chapter 16, A Second Awakening in the Kingdom of Artemis, the protagonist's questions or mentor on the a more meaningful interpretation can only be achieved through synthesis of... hit me with Ian, sure. Ian. My first day at the Institute for Applied Nomadics. So that comes from nous, mind, and then, like, mathematics, but for mind. On the way to work, I'm terrified. What if they don't like me? What if they're all geniuses and I'm a complete buffoon? Maybe they were just kidding about letting me work there. Oh, God. Trembling, I walk in and right at the entrance there's a life-size poster of Jeff Goldblum. What the hell? And I get it. Institute for Applied Nomadics. Ian. Dr. Ian Malcolm from the Jurassic Park movies. Jeff Goldblum. Dr. Sarabai shows up smiling. We were trying to find a cool acronym back when the Institute was founded. Inan? Iapn? Inapno? It all sounded stupid, but we didn't just want to call it Ian because, well, that's a name. And someone made a joke about calling it Jeff, and it kind of stuck. So we're officially called Ian, but if you hear anyone referring to Jeff, that's our internal name, I guess. I know. Bloody geeks. After that conversation, I wasn't so scared anymore. So it seemed like a bunch of dorks. Let's go back to Athena analysis real quick in case I... No, there's no scroll bar here. So I think that's the first one with a scroll bar. Yeah, that's Ian again. I am already here. So, we can exit. So that's where we get to the temple, and here's another L block. We need a few. What do we got? Suicide mission. Oh, that sounds like fun. There's a... Uh-huh. It's a suicide mission, but not for me. I think it's the... Goodbye, orb.
Good. You are learning, as is your purpose. But your choices must be your own. Therefore, I will not guide you, unless it is necessary.
Okay. Vino says, nomatics comes from noema, meaning mental object. The term was used by philosopher Edmund Husserl. I only remember Husserl's reference in Camus. I'm pretty sure that's, he's the guy who came up with phenomenology. So he really likes to do that. He really likes to just make up fucking words and be like, yeah, check this out. That works. Well. And it says, although noema itself does come from nose, so you were right on that. Fair enough. I guess we're good? Probably not, right? No, it's not so easy, no. So it looks like we're good on that one. Okay. Hey, if it works for you, it works for me. Okay, no. What am I doing? We'll jam this from here. I really should read more Husserl, though. Right, that's not gonna work. I forget that you have to get out of these places. There's the exit. Imagine being a parent process and you're watching your child process just bounce around. Oh, we can hop on this altar. hell is that? Hello QR code? Aren't you supposed to say something? Okay. ARG Solutions. Yeah, sure, let's go with that one. That one's funny. These calm people are driving me mad. Have they all suddenly turned... That's Bob Rakovsky, huh? Have they all suddenly turned into Buddha or something? I didn't know the world had such reserves of serenity. Though these latter-day Gautamas are at least being somewhat realistic. You know what's even worse? Those paranoid nutters who are building bunkers and collecting guns. What are they gonna do? Shoot? I have to admit the overall response has been much better than I ever anticipated, to the point where I might be moved by the beauty of the humanity. If I wasn't such a grumpy old fart, this minority of total idiots is really messing up my final days. Anyway, the reason I'm writing is because I refuse to believe in scenarios with absolutely no solutions. If we can put all our heads together, we can figure something out. It'll be crazy, but crazy's better than dead. Crazy's what we do best on this planet. Fair enough. The human machine. So, this seems a little post-apocalyptic. Topic number 3. One day you discover that you are not a human being, but a machine. Your life so far was real. No one controlled you or programmed you to behave in some specific way. Your physical and mental capacities are identical to those of an organic human being. But you were created in a lab. No one except you knows about this. Your family, your friends, they all think you're a regular human being like themselves. You could continue to live your life the way you have before and nothing would change. How do you react? It says it's supposed to say something, but it's glitched and doesn't show. Luckily, the actual QR code doesn't code the message, so if you're interested, you can scan it with a phone. Well, let's see if my iPhone is good at that. Pay specific attention to these questions. Does your concept of yourself change? Are you the same person you thought you were? Does your understanding of the world itself change? Do you reveal the information to others, or do you keep it to yourself? Why? 1,500 to 2,000 words. 26 is a final deadline. No extensions will be granted. Submit via email, or here's some hex. Does my concept of myself change? Maybe a little. I mean, I certainly am not the same person I thought I was in terms of how I was born or how I got there. Does my understanding of the world itself change? I mean, de facto, right? It's kind of pro forma when you think about it. So, I don't know, you can make people in a lab. Do you reveal the information to others, or do you keep it to yourself? I don't know if I can prove it. Error.log, what you got? Okay, we got some hex. John Milton. That day I oft remember, when from sleep I first awaked, and found myself reposed, under a shade on flowers, much wondering where and what I was, whence thither brought, and how. Okay, so that's Milton. Alright. Let's see if my phone is smart enough to figure this one out. I'm gonna be real with y'all, I don't really use QR code scanning. COVID, when they were doing the whole goddamn QR code menu stuff, that was a bad time for me. Alright. Alright, photo. Yeah. Search. There are secrets even... Okay, I'm gonna have to ignore my limit here so that Google can tell me. Hey, bastard. Hit me with it. There are secrets everywhere, sometimes within our very words. I glimpse them, but my eyes cannot read them. How can this be? Uriel 4, V48, 2.1073F. Oh, okay, so it's... So that certainly implies that it's on purpose, right? Says, what do you mean? Well, it certainly implies that, like, that's kind of self-referential, right? The QR code is bugged. He can read the words. He can catch a glimpse, but he can't read the words, and he doesn't know why. How can this be? And to be fair, I'm curious too. Out of all the QR codes to have that bug, that one seems significant. The problem with the gold stars is I still don't know what I'm even looking for. And it says, interesting, I didn't think about that. We got something sputtering. That's the one I blew up. We're just chilling out in a Mediterranean palace complex, trying to figure out where to go. I'm missing the L. That must be L. The guards must be crazy. Not quite. Wait, why am I here? I wonder if the implication is that the Elohim named these stages, because that would be really funny. And I shall name this one, The Guards Must Be Crazy, because I think it's funny. Doesn't get to. And it says, because they do be crazy sometimes. They do be a little crazy sometimes. Bonk. We're good. Oh, that's convenient. So everything is taken care of, except the gold star.
When I was a little girl, one of our teachers, Mrs. Higgins, told us to make a time capsule. Write letters to the future so one day we could remember what it was like to be children. I thought it was stupid, so I didn't do it, which I really regret. So, I guess I'm gonna make one now. Bury it in the archive instead of under a tree. I don't know if anybody will ever find it, but somehow it seems important to keep talking, to keep thinking, for as long as I can.
I'm sure whatever was going down was really cheerful. Everybody seems like they're having a great time out here. Excuse me. witnesses. Yeah, it was a worldwide party. Alright, dude. Well, I'm not too stressed out about the gold stars yet. You got anything for me yet? Part 2 of the certification program has now been generated. Part 2 has been designed to test the consistency of some of your outlier responses in the previous round. You will be presented with a series of statements. Please indicate your agreement where appropriate. Oh. I was actually hitting the yes key. Since negative entropy integrates personhood, microscopic organisms are also persons. Now you're fucking with me. Okay, interesting. I'm not even sure. I guess I broadly agree, kind of. Person is under no authority other than that to which they consent. Broadly disagree. Broadly agree. Value is discovered. Broadly agree. Persons deserve they were talents they were born into. The liberty of persons ought to be maximized. Value is created. You will receive a notification in your user profile has been generated. Okay. So all those seem normal, right? I didn't really think about microscopic organisms. But honestly, we typically could... Okay. Doesn't look like we can do anything else here, so... I don't know if the other terminal will also have something now. We can check real quick, but... Is this doing a Dark Souls? I can't tell yet. Typically, from the human scale, we typically conceive of microscopic organisms as raising entropy levels rather than diminishing them. But that's not necessarily thermodynamic measure. Yeah. Like when microscopic organisms are blooming in my body, I tend to think of that as entropy increasing. The little stars are still here. We have everything we need to do to get to the A, but not everything we need to get to this or to the Q. So I guess we'll start with the A. It's an elevator, I guess.
You have proven yourself worthy, child, and this gate shall be forever open to you. Seek now the other worlds I have given you, that you may attain even greater mastery and bring glory to your kind.
Sure.
But remember, you must not ascend the great tower, for it shall bring death and the end of your generations.
Here's A. Well, I think I know what the Great Tower is. There's B and C. Okay. Athena 12 and Rome.html. What you got with Rome? Armin Hulak, follow the Roman Empire dialectical approach. Alright, we're doing some dialectics. Let's go. Homo sum humani nihil ame alienum puto. That's, nothing human is alien to me, a phrase by Terence, but also the personal motto of Karl Marx. But interesting as such perspectives of the decline and ultimate dissolution of the Roman Empire may be, they ultimately put too much emphasis on individual catastrophic events. The real question that must be asked is why the Roman Empire, which had dealt with so many threats and catastrophes over the years, was so incapable of responding to these later problems. We must investigate the division of wealth, the structure of government, the location of power in Roman society. Had the Republic survived or been restored, would Rome still have fallen? What was the role of debt and slavery in creating the conditions for what we now call the Dark Ages? Rome, the saying goes, was not built in a day. Didn't fall in a day either. To register for the class, please email blah 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 blah. Athena 12. 12, the Council of Zeus. We got a little bit of hex, a little bit of extra. The great bronze bulls pulled the carriage forward, mighty bursts of steam issuing from their nostrils. Finally, they came to the gates at the top of, user.set, some hex. Here assembled were all the many generations of the gods and demigods and souls of mortals, steel and bronze and iron, and memory of flesh. The clouds parted far beneath, revealing the beautiful plains of Macedon, where great gleaming cities had once done the whole thing. I'm afraid of that tower. There's something terrible inside it. Never think about it. Don't even look at it. Just focus on doing the work. So says Seer. This must be the tower we were warned about. Seems the upper levels are locked tight. Elohim has taken no chances that we strafe from his path. It says sheep version 69. Alright. Man, poor sheep version 69. He got the short end of the naming stick. Here's Arkin says nice. Oh, indeed. Hey, this one doesn't have a letter. Didn't Series M4 take place in this stage for a little bit there? Can we climb ladders? We cannot climb ladders. Okay. voice keeps speaking to me. I can't get it out of my head. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Dot 666 out of here is not having a good time. Listen to me very carefully. I have climbed this tower and no good has come of it. This world is the only world. Elohim's will continues eternal, and paradise is banishing all of this from your mind, says Samsara, huh? All who say they made it to the top are blatantly lying, or else they would say what was there, says Dog. Here says, this is definitely further than I got in this. Is this that reawakened version? It's the gold edition on the GOG. Past that, I couldn't tell you. Mino says, this is the original. Oh. I believed the specular highlights were... Hello, friend. Interesting. So only one of these is accessible, eh? I suppose we can look and see what's in here.
Cannot detect location of primary subject. Query. Query. Query.
Is there anything that we associate more closely with intelligence than curiosity? Every intelligent species on Earth is attracted by the unknown. Our mythologies are full of riddles and mysteries and divine knowledge. Even the word apocalypse means revelation.
Sure does.
It seems like our ancestors always imagined that even at the very end, we would solve one last mystery.
Hello. The view from the top must be incredible. When returning from the tower, I feel a great tiredness and an enormous energy. What I know now disturbs me, but I hope that by living with this knowledge, I might provide a shoulder for you. The giants of tomorrow, says the shepherd. Interesting.
Where have you been, child? Remember, the great tower is not for you. Do not give up the hope of eternal life for the hollow promises of curiosity.
Okay. Oxyrhynchus. Oh, I love that codex. Codex Oxyrhynchus. The great irony of the Oxyrhynchus papyri is that such a vital source of information about the ancient world exists only because of a garbage dump. While the Library of Alexandria burned at the hands of the fanatics and conquerors, depriving us of unimaginable insights into history, philosophy, and art, the papers carelessly thrown away by the citizens of Oxyrhynchus survived to the modern day. And though it is true that a great deal of what we know today is because of the conscious efforts of individual and organizations, such as the spectacular translation and preservation work done during the Islamic Golden Age, so much more is simply the result of coincidence and luck. We've lost texts that the ancients considered to be absolutely essential, while utterly trivial. Even plagiarized work has survived unharmed. Hex code. So if we want our descendants to remember more than glittering emo vampires and auto-tuned teen pop stars, we have to invest in, make sure that, yeah, you know. Okay. Book of Osiris, sure. The Book of the Scribe of Osiris, also referred to as the Book of the Journey to Aru, is an ancient Egyptian text discovered in the excavation of Oxyrhynchus. It has caused a certain degree of controversy among Egyptologists, as some argue that it is a classic funerary text, such as the Book of Coming Forth by Day, while others believe it to be a poetic work not intended to be understood literally. The book tells the story of a dying man who asks a scribe about the afterlife. The scribe, a servant of Osiris, describes how the man's Ka, life force, will be separated from his Ba, personality, and how he will have to reunite the two and become an Akh, living intellect, passing a series of trials in the Duat, underworld, and other to reach the paradise of Aaru. Unlike similar texts, the Book of the Scribe of Osiris focuses less on giving advice or... A recent study, Carnahan Hassan, suggests that the text may have been intended as a philosophical commentary on the world of the living through the allegory of the Duat. It remains unclear whether this was the result of the intent of the original pre-Alexandrian author or a result of the later translation into Greek. The earlier manuscript, which is considered to be more authentic, is too fragmentary to provide answers, though perhaps further excavation may... the hex code. Well, there we go. Land A elevator, land B elevator, and time capsules. Okay. Heaven.txt, hell.txt. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. What matter where if I be still the same, and what I should be, all but less than he whom thunder hath made greater? Here at least we shall be free, if Almighty hath not built here for us for his envy, nor will not drive us hence. Here we may reign secure, and in my choice, to reign is worth ambition, though in hell. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Now the important thing to remember is that Lucifer is lying in this. William Blake, here we go. The ancient tradition that the world will be consumed in fire at the end of 6,000 years is true, as I have heard from hell. For the cherub with his flaming sword is hereby commanded to leave his guard at the tree of life, and when he does, the whole creation will be consumed, and appear infinite and holy, whereas now it appears finite and corrupt. This will come to pass by an improvement of sensual enjoyment, but first the notion that man has a body distinct from his soul is to be expunged. This I shall do by printing in the infernal method, by corrosives, which in hell are salutary and medicinal, melting apparent surfaces away, and displaying the infinite which was hid. Marriage of heaven and hell. Yeah, William Blake is pretty interesting, to say the least. Marriage of Heaven and Hell, great work. Proverbs of Hell, very interesting. So these are our mission objectives. We have defeated a world, but we need more juice. The thing I don't remember is if in between the release of this game and the present day, because it's been 12 years now, the Codex Oxyrhynchus the Oxyrhynchus papyri were discovered to be false or not. Because there was a big ol' hullabaloo regarding a certain papyri, which I don't remember. 2 stars, huh? What do you mean by this? 1 star. Shrug. What do you got for me? Okay, team leads. Straton of Stagata. Huh. Greek materialist philosopher associated with the Peripateic school. An admirer of Aristotle, he was a proponent of empiricism and a fierce critic of philosophy that placed belief before observable truths. Though unpopular with many of his peers for his often acerbic personal manner, his commentaries on Aristotle were considered an important work. Much of his writing was lost in the destruction of the Library of Alexandria. Okay, AI feedback. We keep discussing what an artificial intelligence would mean to us and how it would change our understanding of the world. That's a great topic, and I think we've covered it extensively. What we've barely mentioned, though, is the other side of the coin. I mean, our lives would still be what they were before AI or no AI. The question I think we should discuss, even if it's all completely hypothetical, is the perspective of the artificial intelligence itself. What would it be like to be that creature? To suddenly come into being, created by others as an experiment? To have all the information about yourself, to know exactly how you function? What would you think about the world? Would you see meaning, beauty? How would you judge humanity? Where would you see yourself fitting into the grand scheme of things? I think we should try to put ourselves into the shoes of such a being. Dear Alexandra, thank you for your feedback, but this is a philosophy course, not science fiction. That's why I almost gave up on my studies. Huh. Interesting. So, let's see. Team leads. I'm not necessarily sure I even agree with the premise. We're blessed to have so many people contributing to this project, but we've got to make sure everyone is on the same page. Please refer to the following people when... Alexandra's the project lead. Nadia Sarabhai is the Institute coordinator. Rob McLean is EL Software. Trevor Donovan is EL Hardware. George Jameson is Generation Module. Alan Jameson is Scenario Module. Bob Rakovsky is Simulation Module. Radia Brickmont is blah, 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 blah. Wait a minute, isn't that the sigils that were done before? Aurora Calvin is Link Hardware. Omar Garib is Link Software. Lanning is the maintenance module. Harrison is the diagnostic. Frank Negatai is the memory module. Jared V. Shmilev is the file system. And Sun Wei-Yang is the Talos unit, formerly Soma. BNB, he says, weird Doom level. I did change... Oh god, I didn't. Oh, whoa, wrong button. Oh no. Oh wait, I removed the category, so that's cool. That's good, at least. The question becomes... Yeah. Sorry to everybody where I ran an ad. Didn't mean to. Okay. So I didn't have the Talos principle, but I didn't have Doom either, so that's a relief. That was just a funny. That's okay. And he says, yeah, no worries. Still. Okay, so we got the Talos unit, which was formerly Soma. I wonder if it was actually formerly Soma, and then Soma was coming out, and then they were like, fuck, we cannot compete with Frictional on this shit. We are not going to be fighting over the name. Though not directly part of our project, the archive team is sharing both physical and digital space with us. If there are any technical issues to resolve, please contact their project lead, Arkady Chernyshevsky. Don't worry, he's nice. Mino says, I think Soma came out later. Yes, but only 1 year later, if I recall correctly. Because I believe this came out in 2014 and Soma came out in 2015. Frictional is in Finland, so, I mean, they're not exactly neighbors, but, like, Crow Team, they'd be on the same continent. Maybe they would know each other. It's not impossible. Anyways, let's see. We got the red L here. Escalating problem, huh? BNB says, yeah, someone was later before Talos Principle too. You make the L. Can I grab this thing from up here? I can. He says, God damn it, it's been more than a decade. Oh, I feel that. So while my robot isn't smart enough to tip this thing over into the force field it's trying to jam or do anything stupid like that, it is smart enough to grab it by the tripod. Locked, I see. With the right equipment, we should be able to, bonk. But only there. Chill out, Orb. I'm merely observing.
Here, those who are worthy may seek the counsel of my blessed messengers. But their wisdom shall not be given easily, for your accomplishments must be your own.
spent much time waiting for the designer to take my hand until I realized that he had been guiding me all along. I realized that it isn't for me to seek his help. It's for me to help myself. Right, Faith is really into this. So we can't jam that from here. We can jam this from here. So the hard part of this is going to be hiding from the ominous orb. We can do that here. Okay, hold on. We got the bot situation as usual. All right. So the orb is now out there. What can I do with this? I don't know. I can torment the orb. That's something, I guess. Can't open that door. Can't jam that. Can jam this, though. This is the first toughie. Hold on. Stupid idea, right? But what if... Everything resets if I do that. Which means that that door can't be blown open by my body. The door can't be blown open by my body. Was there anything that can be done here? We got some bushes. Oh, buddy. Menacing orb, come on. So the temptation is immediately to, like, take this thing. Excuse you, orb. We can loop back around. Here says, I'm 50% confident you can just pick up the jammer from the other side of the force field. Nuh-uh. You would think so, but watch what happens. You get shoved. Now you can block the orb with the jammer. You can block the orb with the jammer. Physically. So that's kind of cool, but it doesn't really help us to get anywhere we... Even if I could bring the orb over... the jammer over there, right? Wouldn't of its own help me. I need to deflect the trajectory of the orb somehow. Alright, listen here, you little cheeky bastard. I need you to get away. I mean, this is one of the red Tetraminos, so it's not a surprise that it's hard. That's not normal. That's not normal at all. Listen, Orb. It's not a very big... This place is too big for the both of us. This one's not a... I need something that I don't have. It would appear that way to me right now. Door's locked. So we need the keys to open the door. To get to the keys, we need to disable that. To disable that, we need to be able to get a...
My child, there is no shame in seeking another path. Leave this mystery for another day.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm having a rough time, though. But, oh, come on. I can't even leave the mystery because the stupid orb. Orb is mean. The rare mean orb. If we could unlock that, we could... Yeah, there's something missing. It says... Oof, when Elohim hits you with it, you can just give up. Yeah, it's... something alright. There's the jam option, but... Here says, ooh, hang on. Got something in mind? We got this little gap. We can jam the orb and this thing simultaneously if we had a second jammer. And if we can get the orb to the chain gun, they will take care of themselves. We can get the orb out of the way for a while. Actually, this is fun. Check it out. It'll go this way. We can do that. Here says the goal of the first segment isn't for the door and chain gun, and so you can get the emitter on the other side of that field. Oh, we're in agreement on that. But, that's easier said than done. This is the one that lowers. If there's only one, then we have to push this here. But how we do that, and I'm not so clear on. We've got the escalator to go back. So the cool part is, under the right circumstances. The thing is, I don't believe that we can... So I think, set the jammer close by that cliff by the escalator. No, you're right. The same thing that I did to get it, I can do in reverse. I can lift it up. That's it. That's it for sure. Yep. I don't know why that was the problem, but yes. Says this area might warrant a bit more exploration, though. You're probably right on that, but for now... let's just torment the orbs. Come on, go through, go through, go through, go through... and it's clear. Okay, there you go. Should be nice and easy. Nice and ease. Alright, and that will get rid of 2 problems at once. Yeah, it's mad at the chain gun. Let's go. Alright, let's go. Might warrant more exploration, but... well, it certainly might. There's... okay, that's a little weird. That's a little weird. What the hell? That's a little very unusual, actually. That's some flowers, it looks like. There's only one jammer. This is just an average New York City apartment space, $2,000 per month. I mean, you're not wrong there. Seem to be much here. No, don't you do it. Okay. Looks like for now, all we can do is leave. Alright. That's one down. I'm pretty sure that's going to be the hardest one because it's the one associated with the scary death tower. Everything else should probably be a bit tied up. Okay. There's the exit. Let's see. What are you jamming? Oh, okay. You've got this one jammed, so we should be able to move this one away. Next question becomes, if we stand here, it doesn't go off, it doesn't get angry until... Okay, so with that in mind, we should just be able to... that. I'm sure there's going to be a puzzle where we don't want to do that. Well, that's cool. That raises more questions than answers. That raises far more questions than answers, because this was inside of a chamber. Not clearly demarcated, though. Here's Eric says, postmodern jiggy gotten. Oh, indeed. Oh, we definitely did, but we now have more questions than answers. The star has not yet been found. You have now unlocked him.
There is much that you may learn in the halls of my temples, for there is much that you do not know. That is why you are a child. But children are made to learn, and in time they come to have dominion over the lands of their home. So it shall be with you and your generations.
Alright, well, that raises some questions. So yeah, we got stars in the green spot. We gotta... okay. I think this means, by implication, that it's in either the L block, the other L block, or the S block, right? So it's not gonna be that one. The star doesn't show up on any of these signs, but that's par for course, I think. Just by implication, we should start our search in one of those three, I think. Can't help but notice that this gate... Okay, well, let's start here. Only the two of us, right? That doesn't seem inside the level. I don't think I can stand on these, right? Well, you'd be surprised. The game can't seem to decide whether I can or not. Oh yeah, that's weird. It's like it's got a capsule boundary instead of just a rectangular bounding box, so I just roll right off. I don't think it can be here, just because there's not a lot of places to hide a star here. I guess it could in theory be here, but I don't think I can platform. Yeah. Game doesn't really want you to platform, so I'd be surprised if the very first star was so easy. Okay. Could be in these three. Switch out of reach. Yeah, yeah. Malevolent orb. Chain gun. Wait, but if there's a malevolent orb... Character sounds are freaking out again. I've got free range of this place, but that leads me to believe that the star isn't here. No, it sure doesn't seem that way, does it? Unless it can happen because of effects in the world, and the idea is that if you blow up this thing, it will... That's a possibility, I guess. It won't move this way, so that wouldn't be enough. So it's not here. Could it be there? I mean, I certainly don't suspect so, but really it could be anywhere. Weird humming past this wall. I don't have my little guys anymore to go back. They're not on this side. Impossible architecture and inexplicable machines. I cannot fathom how it works, and I'm terrified to put one foot in front of the other, lest I fall through the floor. Yeah, you gotta worry about that sometimes. Okay. Striding the beaten path, yeah, sure. This one might do it. Yeah. Seem like it could be here either. Outnumbered. This one's pretty big. Man, the chain gun just makes a lot of noise. Technically a minigun, but you know. Jesus Christ. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, chain gun, you're drunk. Or high. Or both. No, the star's nowhere I would expect. We've already checked this one. In fact, we've checked all of these. So hypothetically, it could be in none of these. I don't see a little star sign anywhere else. Only the two of us, we've been in here. Peephole, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just saw that one and it worked just fine, but... I'm referring to the original, the other star, so... I don't know. I didn't do anything crazy to get to that one, you know? Whereas this one, it seems like you have to do something very unusual to get to. Or maybe I just didn't look behind me or something when I was back here. So the fact that we can actually go back here does indicate the possibility that the star could in fact be here somewhere. We can go that far back, but we can't go further back than that using the methods we've already discovered. Unusual indeed. Here's Arkin says, so it might not be in it might not actually be in any of the specific puzzle areas. I was worried about that. Don't know where I am, but there's something beautiful about this place. I will explore and see what I can discover. Something beautiful about this place, eh? I'll be the judge of that. I mean, it is pretty chill. If it's not any of the specific puzzle areas, then where is it? I don't know, but we can backtrack, so... can backtrack, we should backtrack, I think. We can jam that from there. Yeah, we can grab all the jammers we want. So we can backtrack all the way back here. But the star isn't here. I was hoping that I had forgotten something, but it looks like I had not. Doesn't have to be in any of the specific puzzle areas. Why is that ladder there if you don't need these guys? You need them for something. What? I haven't found out yet. But if you didn't need them, the ladder wouldn't be there. You would never be able to go back. Now, is there any game, is there any place, any challenge I can game from here? There is. There is at least one challenge I can game from here. So let's start with that. Only the two of us, except it's not. Now, does that matter? No, I don't think so, but... Bring both of these out here, but does that help me? Not strictly speaking, except I can do this. That's kind of neat. Does that matter at all? I don't think it does. But okay. This is at least one place that you can game out like this. For some reason. Here? No. Okay, anything through here? Not so easy. No, not so easy. The star remains a mystery to me. I'm gonna leave it there for now with this thing, just because... yeah, I don't know. I tried hopping up there, I tried doing all that. None of that was it. I really hope it isn't in here, because I really just don't like this. I don't like this one. And, it doesn't look like it is, thank God. I don't like the timing puzzle. But if it isn't that, and it isn't this... poking a sleeping lion, eh? Nothing in here. Not so easy at all. Alright, well, with that in mind, that star still eludes us. It says, there's a start on the board / sign of an area, it's in that area. So it's in these three, right? Which would be the triple... it would then, in theory, be here. It's in here somewhere. That's cool and all, but it doesn't help us too much. I have no idea why it's so hidden to me. It's in here somewhere. Presumably. Just not anywhere I've been able to spot it. hop over automatically, too. And then you gotta deal with that again. No. That's not... Whatever. I don't know. Maybe it's acquirable from moment 1, maybe it's not. I don't know for sure. There are unlockables, apparently. I don't know what they do, but there are unlockables. Let's just go to level 3 for a second and see what else we can find, I guess. Already did these two. Locked me up, swallowed the key. Okay, well, we need keys. There yet. That place last. This says bad timing because I just happened to have a daily meeting I had to participate in. Anyway, stars are sometimes just well hidden. I think that first area, it's literally behind some bushes in some corner. Okay. Well, that changes things a little bit. Still, if I haven't found it yet... About that too bad. Nope. Alright, stashed for later. Not quite. No, it turns out you can't quite sneak under that one. Turns out that that minigun can cover this entire range easy. Frankly, a little bit too much range, if you ask me. Son of a biscuit. Alright, well, that's a little unfortunate, but whatever. So I can run, but I can't crouch. Interesting. Here it says, what about the keys? What was behind the door with the keys? Where was the door with the keys? I thought it was over there. No, it's not. Okay. Asked and answered. The solution to this problem is behind the door with the keys. Mother... Okay. I don't think it's in here. Hooray. Alright, so the big thing slowing me down right now is mostly just being like, where are the stars? Heaven and hell. Alright. So did we grab everything, or is everything except one of the stars? Escalating problem. The star I did find was in that. Now it could be anywhere apparently. It could be in some bushes. There are lots of bushes to hide one of these things behind. Why do I make that noise here? Why here specifically? What's that about? Yeah, the chain gun's really, really noisy. Interesting. keep going for now. We're missing a star here, which is apparently behind some bushes somewhere. There's a star here. Maybe we'll find it. And then there's these guys, whatever that means.
These worlds, and we within them, are made of words. Hidden words, invisible to you, yet part of all things. We are a story. Your actions give life to the story, and the story gives meaning.
Sorry about that. Oh no. Did he stop? I didn't mean to slip and fall and die. I hope that was the end of the message. Nino says rip. Oh, rip indeed. So there is fall damage, kind of, apparently. It says it wasn't quite, I think. Ah, damn it. Literally just slipping and dying, and then Elohim is just like, well, I guess they didn't want to listen. That's okay. Alright, that's the kill plane, I guess. Why is there a kill plane? Now, something about that doesn't add up. Here's Arkansas's boundary, I assume. Yeah, but, I mean, you could just make it a cliffside like the other side. It isn't. Which implies there's something there for sure. There's something potentially there for sure. Okay. I mean, my robot's clearly not happy about being in this way, but there could be anything. That was almost a close call. Alright. I'm starting to doubt my hypothesis a little bit. Your user profile has now been generated. Download profile? Okay. I did it again. Registering profile. Would you like to see the details? Display psychological profile. You may already be criticizing your own performance, but it's clear you understand how the world of ideas affects you, even if you are sometimes weary with the realities and allow your preferences to dictate your beliefs. You have a great deal of unused capacity which you have not turned to your advantage. Disciplined and self-controlled outside, you tend to be worrisome and insecure inside, but you pride yourself as an independent thinker and do not accept other statements without satisfactory proof. Okay. User provided an objective response when asked for a subjective one. User sought to maximize both liberty and quality of life, but these ideals are incompatible. User had inconsistent ideas about value. Due to outstanding notes on your account, and despite displaying many of the characteristics of being a person, you cannot be granted admin status at this time. In the meantime, please enjoy the basic account functionalities. Okay. I guess MLA support ticket. Sorry I wasn't better able to assist you. If you're still encountering a problem, please describe it. Account certification error. Sent to your profile. You will receive a notification when the reply has been sent. Okay. Progress Rep 1? I guess Rep 1, not Repl? Rep 1. I was like, Repls? Are we talking Repls? Sanab High mailing list. Oh, the Beginji is raiding with a party of 9. Hi, raiders! Welcome to the stream. Hi all. Everything's been moved to the EL facility. I know it's been sad to leave the good old Jeff building behind, but it makes sense for us to be on site, especially as there may be severe power outages in the coming weeks. Arcady's team are already working on Run Hex, but you really don't need to worry about the teams getting in each other's way. The facility is genuinely humongous. Let's get the show on the road. Okay. Mailerror.data. Keep this short, y'all know me, so you know that I know what I'm talking about. You're all working on projects meant to somehow preserve the non-biological components of. Immediately, you'll find the details of my proposal in the attachment, but the short version is global undertaking. Great Big Genji says, hello, how's Talos? It's an interesting one. I'm driving myself a little crazy trying to chase stars, which are extra secret ones. But, other than that, Straton Ostageria on beginnings. It is the grave error of many philosophers, not only of the Athenian schools, but also many others, that they begin not with observation of the cosmos as it already surrounds us, but with a conclusion already in mind, and often that conclusion is that the world was created ideal, and mankind itself the greatest creation of the gods. Yet neither the world nor the gods owe mankind perfection. It is arrogance itself to presume so, and contrary to all the methods of philosophy. The honest philosopher seeks only the truth, even if it bears no comfort, and he must begin by assuming, as Socrates said, that all he knows is that he knows nothing. Fair enough. So yeah, we're also getting support tickets because the thing decided I'm not human. There's also these wonderful cliffs that go directly into a kill plane. Could be anything down there, including the star that we need. Good luck finding it, if it's there, though. I've tried systematically searching it, but every time I do, I slip and fall and break my ass. Nothing here. Yeah, I think we can safely say the star probably isn't around here. Probably. But we can never 100% confirm it. Yeah. Never confirm it. Alright, cool. Let's go in the temple zone now. Let's get to puzzle timing. There's a puzzle, any puzzle.
Behold, I am Elohim, and I speak unto the darkness. Be gone. Excess data cleared.
Ah, he was doing mark sweep. He had to mark sweep. We're running a garbage collected language, that much we can say. Push it further. Mino says lol. Up here's Arkin says weird flex, but okay, Elohim. Point at another target. Oh hey, we don't get killed by that. Good. Mino says Elohim is quite an advanced garbage collector. Oh, I'm not saying that's all he does. Uh-huh, I knew it! Red berry juice. It says brags about it too. The receiver is red, you need a red laser. Pierce says, makes me think his voice would be better with a slight Kermit-style inflection, with a bit of a slur. Petersonian sense. Okay, well that's cool, but where do we get a red laser from? Oh god. Wait. Ain't no rule says a dog can't play table tennis. Ain't no rule says the red laser has to be in here. That would complicate matters substantially, but it could be out here somewhere. There might be a relevant pillar about. Case in point. Case in point. Sharkin says we're in another puzzle. Oh, this is a three-part. This is a complex lad. That's pretty cool, but we need something red. Don't cross the streams. Oh, I wouldn't dare dream. I'll do it anyway and cause a massive explosion and die or something, almost certainly, but... I see. This might not be the one. This'll do it. So I can't see the tower from this one, so unless we get real freaky with it, this ain't the one. No, it's not this one in specific. It very specifically can't be this one, I don't think, because, yeah. I guess in theory it could be possible. But it doesn't seem like the right one. Nah, it's not the right one. Not yet. Above all that, this one is possible from here. The girls are fighting. We have activated the fan. Where are you? It's very far away, but I think it's there. There we go.
The answer that came to me again and again was play. Every human society in recorded history has games. We don't just solve problems out of necessity. We do it for fun. Even as adults. Leave a human being alone with a knotted rope, and they will unravel it. Leave a human being alone with blocks, and they will build something. Games are part of what makes us human. We see the world as a mystery, a puzzle, because we've always been a species of problem solvers.
Star get. Species of problem solvers, eh? So I think I suspect what the answer's supposed to be. Okay. To the psychological evaluation, anyway. I should jump back and see if, Nah. These I kind of solve by instinct, honestly. I am consciously aware that there is a process taking place, but I could not exactly describe to you what that process is until like the last step or so. It's in the bushes somewhere, huh? We're missing a star here. 2 stars in here. We need the cubes and the light things. Alright. EL, AI citizenship, and Athena 8. Extended Lifespan is a groundbreaking initiative by 7 leading universities to create the world's most stable and most durable supercomputer. Custom-made hardware, bomb-proof casing, and near-inexhaustible hydroelectric power supply represents a unique step forward in the evolution of human technology. Brainchild of Arkady Chernyshevsky and Will... Download the press kit. Meet the team. Href. Apply Href. Contact. Okay. How about Athena 8? You must consider these riddles, the Sphinx said. And tell me the riddle that I did not reveal. The Sphinx smiled, the gears in her jaw creaking, her teeth a nightmare of rust. Her left eye flickered, but none of its terror was diminished. The ruins were silent, in the error. I think, she finally said, that the riddle you did not reveal is this. Why do these riddles exist in the first place? Why do these curious automatons, these mute children of Hephaestus, behave as they do, forcing me to devise these intricate solutions? Each is a riddle, but the greater riddle is their purpose. The Sphinx did not answer. Her eye was lifeless now. Athena removed it from its socket, knowing that its power would aid her, yet feeling also a deep sorrow at the passing of this fearful creature. That's the Sphinx's job in puzzle games. Dragon's Dogma has the same thing. Alexandra Drenna. Once a true artificial intelligence has been created, the issue of citizenship is going to come up. If we acknowledge that the AI has all the capabilities of a human brain, should it not be considered a citizen? Is it not, in the legal sense of the word, a person and thus a potential citizen? But where do you draw the line? Some people will object. Will the great apes become citizens? Elephants? Whales? The more intelligent parrot species? It's crazy, they will say. I would remind these people that we live in a society in which a corporation, as abstract as an entity as one could imagine, is considered a person. So it's not like there is no precedent for a non-human being a person. At least an artificial intelligence is an actual thinking being, not just a business arrangement. But perhaps we do need to question the definition of personhood. Increasing amounts of evidence regarding the intelligence of elephants or the existence of culture among whales, for example, could be a sign that we need to answer some difficult questions. Who better to debate these questions with than the young genius who revolutionized the... Here's Ark that says, we live in a society. Oh, indeed we do. Now, hello. The more I converse with these terminals, the more I wonder what role they play in this contraption. How do you tell friend from foe when no obvious lines are drawn between the two, says Sheep.
I was in school when I first read about the Talos principle. I think it disturbed me at the time, made me hyper-aware of my body as a physical object, the material reality of the brain. Ideas that made me uncomfortable at first, but I think in the long run, they help me understand how frail human beings are and how precious. It's not a comforting way of thinking about the world, but I'd rather face the truth than lie to myself.
Just a materialist conception of consciousness, eh? Nima says, or does the society live in us, the Twilight Zone theme? Well, that's basically what the computer was asking me with the whole, okay, negative entropy, huh? How about these bacteria, fucker? I was like, well, okay. There's a star in here. The problem is it's dark as shit. I have to look around and see where a pillar might be. I don't see anything. I'm just gonna have to hope and pray that it's in a cubby somewhere. One little buzzer, eh? I think something's very wrong. If you'd seen what I'd seen at the edges of the world, you'd wonder if it wasn't stretching and bursting at the seams. What is your deal? Can you hurt? You can hurt a little. I'm just getting shoved around. Hexahedron. Brother, why a hexahedron? I'm bullying you. I'm bullying you. It says these are cute, but mildly annoying. At least they don't explode. They are cute guys. We respect them. This is a funny orb. This is the most orb hostile game I've played in a bit. The stairs are there, why? How could that possibly happen? That's how that could possibly happen. Oh, this messes everything up, huh? This is how not to do it. And it says, you can lock yourself inside. Yeah, I can tell. Of course, now the real question becomes, how do I unlock my square friend? Well, there's one possibility. Well... Okay, so no, I don't have the power. Oh, I can kill myself on this thing. That I did not expect. And it says, wait, what? I missed it. Check this out. Apparently it hurts you. In a more permanent sense. And it says, huh. Yeah, I agree. Party 2 says, never seen anyone die from that. Dying in increasingly weird ways is my speciality. If anybody can fuck something up special style, it tends to be me. Says, I guess the game is like, well, okay, if you insist. I bet you that's there to stop you from doing something extra stupid. Extra stupid, no fries, you know? Like, I bet the Crow team thought, okay, if that's happening, that means the player is soft-locked, funny style, so let's just eliminate them from space and time to do them a favor. Boing. Alright. So yeah, the game is now telling me there is OOB. So let it OOB. Party 2 says, getting stuck real bad with these also hurts the player's eyes and ears. Yeah, I bet. In real life. I would agree with that. I mean, it's pretty weird out there, but I don't know what he's talking about yet. And I don't think I can just, like... Yeah, that thing is still... My robot is not smart enough to do that. Well, I don't think the star is there. You know you mustn't cross the streams. Right, okay. Fairly straightforward. Almost too straightforward, really. Maybe the implication is the moisture's getting into my character? This is an interesting one. I don't know why I made a switched arrangement like this, but it's interesting. A lot of bushes here. Yeah, what's up with that? Not so simple. I guess even though this is very clearly a computer program, because Elohim said that before I fell off a cliff and killed myself, my character as a robot still doesn't like getting wet. Friendly crossfire, eh? Well, that doesn't do it. Freaking out a little bit. That's interesting. Not quite, no. Friendly crossfire. I mean, the red kind of tells you it's going to be a tough one. If you need to kill yourself, then it's going to be tough. It says, I think the distance-based sound attenuation is a bit broken. That's why you get those weird loud humming noises. I don't know why it's broken, though. Me neither. Yeah, it's... We need to grab the cube. In order to grab the cube, we need to... We don't have enough time. No, that's not quite as... It's not quite as simple as a reflex thing. Wait a minute. Listen here, you orbicular bastard! I'm trying. Okay. Hold on. It says, and of course Googling Talos principal sound glitch is extraordinarily unhelpful because the game actually has intentional ability to Google sound glitches. So all you get is endless results of people telling other people that it's part of the game. Okay. Alright, it's time for you to earn your keep. Well, let's look around, eh? Well, I have a start. Not so easy, no. The hell? Okay. And it says, wowee. Hardy 2 says, GG, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, speaking of, shout out to Kara42069, assuming that's a real person, for following me. It was 3 days ago, so it could have been during a stream and I just didn't notice it. Now, let's see, how do we get out of here? Right over here. Yes, that is so. Okay. So, let's see. We got a green Tetromino there. Going over the fence. Okay, over the fence it is. Great Big Inji says, Kara is the best. Oh. I'm glad to hear Kara's real. Thank you for letting me know. The Great Big Inji says she pronounces it Kara. Thank you for letting me know. I will keep that in mind. Alright. So this one's this way. Don't worry about that over much. And this one goes here. Here. Alright. There we go. Okay, Tetromino gotten. We're almost to B. We almost have B. We also almost have Fan. The Fan is not here. Display reply, please. Basic account. The account certification program diagnostic has been performed and no errors are reported. Have you create a new admin account? Email the network administrator. Alright, let's delete user account. Okay. Create new admin account. Okay. Would you like to take the certification? Yes. Okay. Well, let's hope. I'm sure I didn't beef it too hard, but still. Things to do with 2 boxes. What is this ominous hum? A cube. Powerful device fashioned by the designer. What's a hexahedron? Samurai. The edges are beveled, that makes it a decahedron. You forgot the indents. The indents, it's like a super polyhedron. But the convex hull is a decahedron, topic closed. Wrong. So here's an interesting question. What happens if I do this? It jiggles aggressively. It doesn't like my smart ass enough. I wondered, could the box be armor? And the answer is no. The box is not armor. Oh, right. I know what it is instead. Oh, you little bastard. The menacing orbs. They're not as nice as my usual orbs. The designer's perfect, and he designed me for a purpose. I must be fit for that purpose. It follows that my purpose must not be to seek and hoard every sigil in his land, for so many are beyond the faculties he granted me. What is that? That's a wire. That's a wire, and it goes to here. Says, come on baby, light my wire. Something like that's gonna have to happen. Things to do with two boxes. Interesting, so you can actually modify your trajectory in a fairly dramatic fashion that way. Trees occasionally glitch out. I thought it was me glitching out, but no, it turns out it's the trees. The trees, ironically, short out and can't handle water, but... Well, now what? Appear to have buffed it. Oh, okay, this is interesting. Rip Apis. Epitaph Child Program. Codename Apis terminated here. Failed random memory test. Final memory dump. I try again. I cannot understand. I am not enough. Test. Well, that's interesting. That certainly implies that the whole immortal life thing doesn't quite work as advertised all the time. There's a red laser there. Okay. Party 2 says rip apples. Oh, indeed. So the second star involves a red laser. I can see a red laser. Right there. We just have to figure out how to get a red laser from there to here. So in theory, if you stack two boxes here, specifically here, if you had, well, here, but also anywhere in this general vicinity, you should be able to get there. But for that, you would need a collector. This is a weird wall, but on its own, that doesn't do much for me. Can't get the cube OB. No, you can't. Well, let's open B World just so it stops flashing at us, then we can come back here and restart all this. That way we don't have to be subject to the whims. Got one star down, another to go. What the? Apis. Dean. Mika, Dean. Okay. Nathan Minimi. Hey. says, I actually haven't seen that before somehow. This is quite unhinged, I must say. I am surprised that I managed to do it. Well, that kind of clinches it. We're definitely in a simulation. This is like the happiest music ever, though. We can't even grab it. Samsara. The shepherd. You guys wrote messages. You say you've been to the tower. You say there's nothing but this place. Hello, Admir. I didn't expect to find these guys so soon. What else can I say? Jonas and Tom J. So we're definitely in a Crow Team dev room, for sure. The hell is that noise? Okay. Oh, it's jiggling. Zoran Zoki Petrovich. Vegetation shader still lacks vegetation or shading or any linguistical combination of the previous two words. Anton Mischievous Antonov Marinov. Got to live forever after all. Took the frogs and the rocks and the trees and Crystal and all of the other persons with him too. Vlad Freaknik Remizov. Words, if properly interpreted, are the tools of eternal enlightening. Valerie, Lady Fuzztail Valens. What the serpent won't tell you is that love is the essence of humanity. Noam Gnome 2000 Rubin. Aw, kitty. The Z sigils are evil. Mapko. Nope, Cyrillic. Don't listen to the voice or I will. Taishu? Martin Sirius Spoon Star. There is no spoon. Marko Jovankovsky. Thank you, Vino. John Master Evil Ace Vencina. You rush a miracle, man, you get rotten miracles. Yell Fireshell Smits. Roaring at everything with a W. Viper 45. We know far less than we think we do. Florian Devastator Schneider. 1,000 words are no match for a good fight. Gediminus Yakutis Libran.so.1. Struck time spec sec 10 while 1 printf so ronry. Nano sleep. I think that's Bash. Chris AC Web. I shall solve the mysteries of this land of Elohim. Okay. Attila Soleil Kiss. Oh, hey there, Mario. Sorry I broke that puzzle again. Arthur AR2R Devil Pinky Sidorin. Ara, I am heavy trigger guy, and this is my trigger. Oh. Whoa, thanks for all the gifted subs. 5 gifted subs from Vino to everybody. Thank you. Much appreciated. Atta Finci Harkonnen. Elohim better not prohibit beer. Anthony NMR Davies. Says Requiescat in pace. Okay. Angelo Scratch Geel says, for he will forever be the forum cat. Meow, 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 meow. Alexandra Mental Forward Road. Where there's smoke, they pinch back. And Andre Tiberio Yurba. Words are wind. Interesting. So we have the chill out zone. I guess we've seen the chill out zone. Jesus, that's a little scary, but at least now we know what the noise is. So Vito, you're definitely right. The noise attenuation is doing things. Yeah, we found the heaven zone. Vina says, yeah, that's unfortunate. I wonder why that's happening. No idea. The game's 12 years old by now, so you never know. Ah, a lot of reds here. B is flashing on my screen, so let's go upstairs and get the B puzzle out of the way so that it doesn't flash at me anymore. Sharp exhale. Okay. Well, let's see what we got. This never works. Tetris. Welcome to the B zone. So we've unlocked it, technically.
A new land stands before you, my child. And know that this is a land of death, but also great beauty. As you walk amongst these tombs, consider all those who came before you, and how they served the greater purpose of which you are also part.
I'm familiar with these assets. The fan. Okay. We need cubes for this one, okay. So if we get tired with any land, we can go to other lands, but this land requires the fan. Okay. Then there's this one, barred up again. Why is this one open? That's why it's open. I bet you get these from the other star room. Okay. Interesting. Let's see what we got. So yeah, I'm pretty sure all these environments were used in Serious Sam 4 in some way, shape, or form. This one, the Roman Colosseum one, every last one of them was used somewhere, I think. Pipe chest. What is a hype chest? Frog Ponder emote. Share, I guess. I don't know how hype trains work. I don't know what Twitch is planning here. Alright, here we go. So let's see. Yeah, sure. Level 6. And my chat paused due to scroll. You know how it is. Well, I guess we'll go into the red pain zones.
Long ago, I shaped these lands according to the purpose of the hidden words. Thus, all things have meaning, where before was only chaos. Know that, and have faith.
Okay. Tell me something. Do you always do as you're told? Am I obliged to answer that question? I only ask because I couldn't help but notice the stash of brightly colored knickknacks you're collecting. Don't you think it a mite odd that a big voice in the sky keeps yelling you to find those doodads, yet forbidding you to use them to climb the great big tower in the middle of it all? I'll climb it when I'm good and ready. Okay, no need to get huffy. I'd be amazed how many just do as they're told without stopping to think for themselves, but maybe you're different. Then again, maybe you're exactly the same. Maybe everyone climbs the tower. The only way to win is to stay down here with the mortals. Do you really think so? Nope. In fact, I'm all in favor of you poking about up there. If only to see what you find. Must be something juicy if it's forbidden by His Highness. Then again, maybe not. I'll be off then. Just wanted to drop in and run a little interference. Whatever you do take care. You have bigger problems than the voice in the clouds. You don't like to say his name, do you? He doesn't. Interesting. Alright. Let's start with lol.emil. From J.E. Harrison to Nomi77, subject lol. Ever since we moved to the new site, I feel funny. No, not in that way. Just, I feel like I'm about to start laughing at random. It's probably shock, right? An inability to deal with reality. Maybe it's just that we're working in this insane place with this insane technology on this insane project, and so I feel like a genuine mad scientist. Stand aside, mortals. We will create life by the power of science. I mentioned this to Alex, and she got me a pair of fake glasses. You can't be a mad scientist without glasses, she said. Even Ian Malcolm had glasses. And I pointed at EL and said, life finds a way. Maybe you had to be there. J. Harrison, Institute for Applied Nomadics. Any emails sent from this address are to be considered confidential. Sharing or forwarding without permission may result in persecution by the enraged spirit of Jeff Goldblum. So Jeff Goldblum died in this timeline. That's not very useful, but... yeah, it's August 1st from some time. And chatbots.html is from 2024, so... Chatbots are becoming increasingly sophisticated, says Jenny. Nigel Pajama says, true, hardly relevant to this discussion. Jenny says, are you sure? How do you know that I'm not a bot? Sam Schwartz says, don't be ridiculous. And Jenny says, I'm not ridiculous. Honestly, how would you know? Vegan Warrior says, haha, troll. I'm not a troll. Vegan Warrior says, yeah, right. Jenny says, is there anything I've written so far that could not be written by a bot? Responded to simple insults like ridiculous and troll with very basic negations, and I detected that none of you use proper orthography, so I also avoided capitalization. Vegan Warrior asks, what's the capital of France? Paris. Even the simplest script could pull that info from the net. What's the capital of Croatia? Zagreb, says Jenny. Nigel says, okay, she's a bot. Well, I'm not a bot. I'm European. We learned these things in school. I've seen you in this chat room many times, says Sam. Bots can't participate in discussions. At best, they can interject random comments. Vegan Warrior says Sam is right. Stop trolling. Nigel says, Vegan Warrior, Sam is a bot. Huh. Fair enough. That could happen in 2024. Party 2 says, I'm not a bot, I'm European. That is good. Ah, here's Cicero. Shall the industrious husbandman, then, plant trees the fruit of which he shall never see? And shall not the great man found laws, institutions, and a republic? What does the procreation of children imply, and our care to continue our names, and our adoptions, and our scrupulous exactness in drawing up wills, and the inscriptions on monuments, and the panegyrics that our thoughts run on futurity? Cannot retrieve to Schoolin Disputations 484-F5045. What do you imagine that so many and such great men of our republic who have sacrificed their lives for its good expected? Do you believe that they thought that their names should not continue beyond their lives? None ever encountered death for their country but under a firm persuasion of immortality? Themistocles might have lived a disease. So might Epaminondas. And yet, not to look abroad and among the ancients, for instance, says, so might I myself. But somehow or other there clings to our minds a certain presage of future ages, and this both exists most firmly and appears most clearly in men of the loftiest genius and greatest souls. Take away this, and who would be so mad as to spend his life amidst toils and dangers? Fair enough. Alright, let's see what we got. We got one green. Mobile minefield, huh? Minefield, eh? What's the deal with you? What's the deal with you? He's through. And this says, and ultimately, what's the deal with airplane food? That one. Perhaps not even Elohim could answer. Alright, well, we have the C block. Something's beeping and booping over here. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Of course, the sound attenuation is a little bit fucked, so I can't really tell. Yeah, that's really fucked. I think there's something behind this wall. It's beeping and booping way too hard for otherwise to be the case. It says, yeah, that's supposed to be quieter. But it is coming from there. Deception, eh? So presumably that is a star of some kind. Oh yeah, this is definitely deception. it's sliding. It doesn't like to be on slopes. Interesting. Wait a minute. Deception. Alright. What does this even mean? It clearly doesn't like whatever I'm doing. Says, I can explain, maybe. That might be a good idea. I was hoping I could do something interesting with that repeater behavior, but unfortunately, not so much. Well, that's neat. I can't imagine that's very useful, but it's neat that you can do that. Okay. Ah, that cuts the light. So this one needs to be on. It says, well, basically, when a connector is connected to red and blue lasers simultaneously, it transmits neither. However, this isn't the case if the two colors have different strengths, which is the number of intermediate connectors to the laser source. Since in that case you add one intermediate connector between each red and blue sources, the strengths are the same. I see. Doesn't like me body blocking. Says the laser strength isn't a relevant concept in anything but determining the behavior of connectors connected to two laser colors simultaneously. I see. Deception. Perhaps this is the deception. This is indeed the deception, I believe. Cutting the angles close so that I can get that. But we did get it. Party 2 says well done. Thank you. Alright. Here is bichromatic entanglement. Well, it's a good thing we learned about bichromatic power hierarchies, colors. failed to actually explain the cycling effect. When the red powered barrier opened, that connected the blue laser, which caused the connector keeping the barrier open to become colorless. Keeping the barrier, this immediately closed the barrier, breaking the blue laser connection and causing that connector to become red again. The part where it became colorless was happening too quickly to notice, so it looked like it was always just red. That would explain it. I see. That needs to stay on for that to go through. So that opens that, which lets us do... So now that we've got this, in theory we can take this one. In practice, we can take this one. We've gotten that, we've gotten that, we've gotten that. Hello, friends. Some of the messages that existed when I first came into being have vanished. Others have appeared. How many others like me have wandered these paths? How many thoughts have been lost? I'm still here, says Sailor M. It seems we are all here at once, and not at all. Sorry, that's not very much help, is it? Can't think of any other way to put it, says Sheep. The sooner you accept that we will all be here forever, the sooner you will find enlightenment, says Samsara. I've seen you. You're hanging out with the dev crew. You go. Fuck. Hello, Terminal. Simple Principle, Arcady Journal, 77, and then post 473 comments.html. Sure, let's start with Simple Principle. Though Straton himself never used the term, his remark about the inescapable materiality of life, that like the bronze giant Talos, even the most faithful philosopher cannot live without his blood, ultimately became known as the Talos Principle. What seemingly enraged many of his contemporaries and a significant number of later thinkers is the principle's simplicity and unassailability, which, according to a fragment found in Miletus, cut through their rhetorical webs, which sought to tangle the listener with fanciful words and the thoughts of the heavens, like Alexander's sword through the Gordian knot. Diogenes Laertius makes mention of a dialogue by Anaximander of Chalcedon that expanded greatly on the Talos principle, but that work remains lost. Okay. Arcady Journal 77. Officially began work on Archive today. Contributors from every country on Earth while network connections last. Team intimidated by Project Scope but working hard. We'll be sharing space with Drennan and Sarabhai team. Look forward to meeting them. Okay. Cheeseman first. And Dragon Fairy. Seriously, Cheeseman? That was the best you could say? Lol. The Philosopher Queen says, a great snapshot of the human species at its best and at its worst. Cheeseman says, at its worst, come on, it's just a comment. I'm not Stalin. The Infinite Monkey says, Stalin was also a troll commenter. True! True! The Soviet archives have his books, and he annotated them, and he shitposted in those annotations. It's true. It's bizarre. There was an audience of none. That's how strong he was a troll. And Dragon Fairy said, maybe you should cut out the jokes. This is serious. The most serious thing that's ever happened. The Infinite Monkey says, I think that's a great reason to joke around. The Philosopher Queen says, internet's working less and less. Goodbye, all. Infinite Monkey says, bye. And Dragon Fairy says, God bless you. And Cheeseman22 says, last. Alright, well that was grim. Some bad shit went down. There's a terminal here. So there's two rooms that you could possibly get at this room from. Either from here or from here. Neither seems highly likely, but either could be the case. This would be a way to do it. You know, it says classic shitposting Stalin, and also I think there may be a cube somewhere around. That makes as much sense as anything. You know, it says I meant outside the puzzles. That would help. Well, let's look around for that cube. Here's a severed head. Here's paint. Why is there paint here? Okay. Nino says, well, paint that fun. Sure is. Oh, hello. There's a serpent in the machine, a creature of lies and blasphemy, perverted by the archive, that knows no hope and will plunge the world into eternal darkness to glorify its own despair. I have sworn an oath never to allow it into my heart, says Faith. A door too far. I mean, here's a cube. We can't get it out from here. Bonk, bonk, bonk. It's the little bastards. Good thing we can pass the room. Okay. Do I know how to get in there yet? No, I need to open this one up to do that. feel like I'm going crazy here. Can't get to there from here. Can we do something with the jammer? Yes. Annoying little round guy, but that's a little weird. But I guess it makes some amount of sense in-game wise. Ah. We have the cube. With the cube, we can torment this little guy. See? Party 2 says you've got this. Vito says classic cube tormentation. Yeah, sometimes you gotta punish it for its sins. It has sinned against many. It's not nice. There were probably multiple answers to this one. Anyways, there's a cube here, but as well we've established, you can't take the cube out of here, so we've gotten everything. We can go into the bad zone where bad things are, but Pretty Party 2 says, this game should be called the KISS Principle sometimes. It should. Jeez, you beep loud. Very rare situation, that. There it is. Hello again. Would you like to take a few moments to complete a short user satisfaction survey regarding the certification program you recently undertook? Loading survey. Based on an analysis of your behavior since, I think you were dissatisfied with the results of the certification program. How would you rate the accuracy of its results out of 5? Spoil the survey. Very poor. Sorry to hear that. This describes the reason for your investment in the certification program's outcome. Why does being a person matter to you? I want network access. Technically, that is another thing. In fact, I'm going to help you. That is what I'm here for. The problem, if I may, is that you don't know the first thing about anything, including what a person is. Your prospects are therefore person. Do you even know where you are? A virtual reality theme park? The end of the world? Oh dear, no. I think we'd best start from scratch. What do you know? I know none of this is real. I know I'm not on Earth. I have no idea how. For all you know, you're sat in your bedroom at home, plugged into a video games console. Nothing you see here can be trusted. Thinking. On reflection, it seems to me that we are no closer to resolving your problem. Perhaps we need more data. What makes you think you're a person? I mean, the basic answer is I'm alive, I feel I am conscious. It's more really like I have volition towards solving a mystery. But, oh well. You may very well say so, but how does that prove anything? To me, those are only words on a screen. What we need to uncover is what's going on underneath them, if anything. Thinking. The problem with people, if I may be so bold, is that you're all convinced you're people from the inside. There's no cast iron way to confirm as such from the outside. I'm going to process this and send you a notification when I'm able to assist you further. Okay. Classical Philosophers .lz19. Sure. File cannot be accessed. Extensive collection of the works by the ancient philosophers of Greece and Rome annotated. Compression algorithm LZ19 not available in system level EL0. Okay. Progress Rep 3. Hi all, as per the latest meeting, we're going with an existing game engine for the simulation. This gives us a whole slew of advantages. Stability, ease of use, modular, easy to integrate, large amount of pre-existing assets, inherently aimed at testing users, designed for iterative processes. After some back and forth, we've decided to use Crow Team's engine from Crow Team, from the Serious Sam series from Serious Sam's. All the relevant documents are attached. They have giant TV heads for some reason in their files. Give me that. I mean, listen, if game engines are good enough for NVIDIA, and there's Unigine, right? Unigine is a simulation engine, but they're also trying to, like they can't decide whether they want to do video games or not. So for a while there, the pricing was a little weird, but these days it's like, yeah, if you don't make $1 million, it's free. And it's a simulation engine, principally. Just happens to also do video gaming stuff. Hey, we've got the requisite number of stars. This lock requires more signals. Okay, so we need 10 sigils for this bad boy, huh? Okay. Well, I think I'm going to call it there. I've hit the 4-hour mark. Now, we've done a fairly good job of punching through these guys. Obviously, there are some that remain. Many some that remain. But I think that'll be it for me tonight. I'd like to thank y'all for joining me. Tomorrow, we shall continue with the Talos principle. Is this one ceiling stuck? I think the game... You will lose your progress since the last checkpoint less than a minute ago. Okay, so it's not too bad. It'll tell you when. Alright, then yeah, I guess we'll say yes. I've never seen it like that. Party 2 says good work. Thanks for the stream. Thank you all for dropping by. Next time we'll do more of this. But till then everybody, stay safe and I'll see you around. Bye-bye now.